Hello! Welcome to today's dev stream, where I have had a few small technical issues, mostly because I went live and forgot to actually get the music going. So, how is everyone today? Thanks for the raid, Snowtwig. Welcome in. How was your stream? Hopefully it went well. And I have actually been spending a bit of time earlier today. Well, firstly, running around everywhere, but also I've been playing around in Unity and have got a few things working. So if we switch over and have a look how this looks. Go. Now it's not great, but my mouth opens when I speak, so that's a plus. I also have multiple expressions that all work, so I can be very happy, I can be very worried, I can be confused, and of course I can be angry. Angy Pilky Pot. But yeah, I'm pretty pleased with all this. It is quite nice, and I also managed to fix the scan lines go at least fast enough that you can sort of see them. And thankfully this is all now, well, it is built in a separate app. So I can have the overlay running and also work on the overlay in Unity, and they won't conflict, which is pretty cool. It did require a few things. I had to work out why the microphone wasn't working and why my controller would not work when, when I'm not the frontmost app. But yeah, it is looking good. Yes, Snowstick, it is shaping up quite nicely. I'm pretty pleased with the movement on the Pilkybot. And yeah, now that we have the mic working, the facial expressions, there's still a lot that can be done on them, but I'm going to leave them as is for now. And what I want to do instead is probably like when we get on to doing more stuff on here, is start fleshing some other bits out. I would like to create a well, over here on the holo table, I'd like it to have something appear for starting soon and be right back, so that we can have the overlay be there. That will require shifting this camera. I want this camera to go about here, and that will require some reshaping of the ship because there's a door here, but I want to move the door over to this side, and then everything should be a bit better, because then you'll be able to see, for example, this wall and the other wall, and yeah, it should be good. And then it's like filling some details in here, and yeah, just basically fleshing out this bridge area. That will be what I want to do. Get the holo table doing stuff, get some controls on the ship, maybe some well, I mean it's grey in here, so maybe we could do some texturing, but that is for much later in the stream. For now, go in here, and we're going to do some work on Streamline, because what I would like to do is actually make progress on Streamline, and Streamline progress has been very, very slow. So what the plan is I am going to do some work on Streamline, try and get playback working. I want it so that when you actually click, like double click to play something, it will start playing it, and then it will queue up the next thing, and it will play that, and it will keep going until it finishes. So we want to get all that playback stuff actually giving us audio. So if I can get that done today, I will be happy. And then we can look at what else needs doing, and really we need to sort of figure out exactly what is going to be like the MVP at the point where I say, okay, this is enough for me to use myself, and I can go back to working primarily on Coppice. Unfortunately, I lose, well, I say unfortunately, I lose next week because I'm not going to be around to do streaming, but I may do another stream this weekend, I'm not sure yet. But yeah, there will be no streams next week, but yeah, but we'll see what we can get done today. We've got a good several hours here, so let's get to it and see what we can get working in terms of playback. So, if I move Mexico, let's build and run. Definitely getting warm in here. I say getting warm, it is 25 degrees in my office. Okay. So, we add to the queue, we have our playback queue here. That is change the item. Go to our playback controller. Our current item. So, the question is what we are going to do with the queue. Is the queue just going to be everything that is coming up, or is it going to also hold playback history and the currently played item? I think it makes sense for it to do that. So, let me change this to viewed item, publish, private set bar. Playback. Right. I want a function which is pop next. Now, what we're going to do here is going to do the item dot move first. To keep item dot down to scroll. This is where we try and see how me writing C# for a while messes up my brain. Already has, because I'm having a self. Item. And next. Unfortunately, I missed the end of Doig Swift's stream earlier. Do you know if they managed to get the balloon raid set up? If anyone in chat was watching, because what we may be able to do is raid them later if they're playing Sonic Adventure. A bit more. Just warmer in my office than it is outside. One thing I have realised is while my Mac doesn't seem to put out too much heat, though it is running around 40 odd degrees at the moment, my monitors actually do put out an awful lot of heat. So they seem to be putting out the bulk of the heat in the office at the moment. But I don't think my SSDs are. My iPad get a little warm. It's not particularly warm air coming out of the Mac, but like I can touch the monitors and they are warm enough. In fact, I've got a thermometer here. Let's see how warm. Yeah, so it's saying about 38, 39 degrees on the outside of the monitor, so it's going to be putting out quite a bit more heat than that, so right, so right, well, it will pop the item. Don't actually want to do that yet. What we want to do here is when we actually, we're going to do this slightly differently. We're going to do let next item, we play back the item. If that, and next item, that, else next item equals nil. And what we can is if let current item self.current. Then on brain, engage. And history dot pen item. And then we set the current item to the next item. So we figure out what the next item is, which is either the first thing in the queue or nothing. Then we are going to yeah, we're going to get the current item because there may not actually be one, and if there is, we're going to append it to the history, and then we're going to set next item to, or the current item to our next item. So basically when something finishes playing, we should show that up. So what we are going to pop the next items, be a discard or up next. We've got history. So what we are going to have dead source and delegate here. So we're going to extract that out, and we're going to have dead source / delegate for the queue, and a separate one for the history. Because there's two ways we could do this. We could have it when you change, because I think we've just got that implemented as... Okay, it's just segmented control, so we could have it where it swaps this table view out for another one. And basically we have different view controllers here. But instead what we're going to do is just swap out the data source and delegate and do it that way. So... maybe taking more frequent breaks than usual, because like I say, it is very warm in here. So we want to go back up next. Okay, just I really wish I could be trying out Xcode 14, but unfortunately, apparently while it will run on macOS 12.4, You can't actually deploy to, like you can't build anything that will run on earlier OS versions because it's missing some stuff, which is kind of bad because you need to be able to build stuff that will deploy back like years and years and years. Like in theory you could set your deployment target to macOS 10.0 but apparently something is broken there, so it will only actually run on the latest OS builds. So that is of no good to me because I am not installing macOS 13 on my work machine, and I don't really want to install it on my iMac because I want my iMac to stay 1 or 2 OS versions behind for testing purposes. So, and it's already on Monterey. So object too much, but we're make it conform directly. Yeah. Oh, actually, no, we do. Oh. So, let's back. Up next, there will be. And need to go on the opens. Windows. Earth. Okay, I'm gonna quickly just open some. Give me that. I'll be right back. Okay, I finally have some windows open. So, hopefully, I will cease dying this heat. There is a bit of a breeze coming through now, so I can actually focus a bit more. So, we have that. So what we're wanting to do... work out where... So... don't want full height layout up. Still doing it. Can I should be able to have the go to the safe areas. What I'm going to do, run this and move at build time, and then in our view controller, toggle. Go. Oh, for crying out loud. I want it to be an action. Not making stuff an action by default. Self.qtoggle.segmented control dot up anchor. I want a constraint equal to self.dot safe area layout guide dot top anchor constant 8. Is active. Let's see if that works. There we go. That is all working correctly. So we'll be able to switch between right. this. Alright, this is where we want our playback queue, history table data. Now we're going to throw that in there. Sorry if I'm not being quite as talkative as you. Well, it's trying to concentrate on this while my brain is not wanting to concentrate. But if anyone has anything they want to talk about, feel free to post in chat and start talking about how your day is going, what you're up to, if you have any plans for the weekend. So that is fairly simple. Okay. So I think what we want I'm going to right. I wonder whether this needs to shift up to the playback control. You can have a start playing tracks, have the replace operation, then it can replace the cue and then start playing. So yes. Thinking about it, we probably don't want replace operation to be on there. Instead, position. And if we switch on the transition, if we're going to skip, then self dot q dot replace q with track, and then self dot q dot top next item. Self dot play it crossfade. We're going to just time into it now. Just to silence the warning. Wait for current track is just q dot add tracks. And then what we might pause. Right, what do we have up back? So that is on not the model, on the view model. Right, so toggle playing. Next track. Yes, track. Annie. Just realised I haven't the font size up for you. Okay, so I think what we need to do is, well, we are also going to want a middle. So what would be lay back? What would we call it? it would be the play details. Play details, I think. Just get a label. And that. There. Level. Up it with a we could have done with new model. Okay. Okay. What do we want to okay, that, let's do. Isn't the fastest way, but what? Right. Delete that. That is you. And to have our title level. For Xcode. Why must you do this to me, Xcode? Right. So for our view model, we're going to have an Objective-C dynamic for title string. not playing. Bar. Mission. Let's see. And then we can use binding. And we are going to bind the value to files owner dot view model dot title dot time mission. So, in setup, what we're eventually going to do is have this observe the various things on the playback control in the queue. We want to get the current item and show that. In fact, might as well get that now. Drivers. Playback item, and this will be self dot window view model dot playback controller dot queue dot dollar current item update so what we okay, so that's up and now I want when I get around to some more on here is have these stick a bit better because don't seem to. I also need to update the frame rate 'cause I think I'm running at a very low frame rate. Yeah, I'm only doing 30 frames a second, whereas I think I'm doing 60 on my thing, so I could probably do with seeing if I could up this to 60 frames a second on the overlay. But yeah, so what we just want to do over here is self.subscribers dot current back item. That, and what we need to do is add that playback item, else Self.title equal playing self.time doing the self.duration. Otherwise, self.title equal playback item track title self time equal. And then we need to put that in the table view. But first, I need to. So, I will be right back, and I'm just going to go give you something to ponder about. Oh. I appear to have got stuck. Nope, it is just my controller that is running out of. What do we have here? That's a USB-C. I need to micro USB. Helps if I don't get my headphone going over to my cable tray. That should do. Oh, but I'm going to need a USB-C to have. A2A. Yeah, but they're not. What I need. I think I'm going to have to get myself a USB-C to micro USB cable. What I really could do with is a dock. A USB or Thunderbolt dock is something that I can just get some additional USB ports for charging things. Would be very useful because I don't think the Stream Deck needs to go directly, and that could go into a dock. The iPad is mostly just charging. It would be useful to have, so. Right, so now unplug the Stream Deck, and I am going to go get a drink while my my controller charges up. And yes, we will try this. Seems well, that's good. The microphone is broken. Well, it wouldn't be a 3D stream if things didn't break. First the controller, now the microphone. Why? Oh well. These things happen. Anyway, I hope you all have a wonderful 2-minute break. And make sure that you go and get yourself hydrated as well. If you're in Europe, it is most likely warm where you are. Quite possibly significantly warmer than where I am, and it is fairly warm where I am. So make sure you stay hydrated. Consider this a group hydration check. So I will see you all in a few minutes. Okay, so we are back. I have a drink and I have sorted out my slight technical issue by figuring out I can plug my controller into a USB port on my monitor and it will charge, even if it won't actually send any data across without the monitor also being plugged. But, well, you win some, you lose some. I also had a quick look at some docks and it seems they don't support charging anyway, so yeah. What can you do? You mean you'd think that I would have had enough ports and stuff with all the additional ports I have, but then you realise, oh, some of these are taken up by monitor. Anyway. We go back over here, we can get back to work on Streamline. Oh, let's get settled in nice and comfy. So we have all these set up to import combine. Change stuff on my desk. I actually figured out a neat trick with the Stream Deck, which is when you don't actually need all of the cable length on the Stream Deck, you can just tuck it all the way inside the stand, or at least on the Mark II Stream Deck, and it's all nicely hidden away and you don't have to deal with anything. You know what, I'm actually going to restart overlay so that I can get my voice showing again. Where am I looking? Oh, the overlay there. So let's 1 second. That. Sometimes it starts up with some weird stuff. Anyway, let's go back in here. And we will zoom in, and yay, now my mouth works. Always good when you have a working mouth. Hello, Gwilym. It does smell like Unity in here. This smells very much like Unity. It smells very much like Unity that, well, I mean, it works, ish. I mean, I've got, yeah, I mean, it's kind of grey in here, but we will fix that eventually. But look, my mouth opens. Closes. You can see it more if I switch to one of my other expressions, such as my happy expression, or my worried expression, my confused, and my angry one. And yeah, I can look all over the place, move around. That is about it at the moment. I can blink. Look, I blink. Eventually. But yeah, it's slowly getting there. I'm having a lot of fun with this. Just building everything out bit by bit. The bot is complete enough for now that I'm going to start focusing a bit more on the ship. Get a starting soon screen and the Be Right Back screen actually built into the overlay. Move around like the camera and stuff in here, do a bit more modelling in here. We may get to that later in the stream. But yeah, it's I'm pretty happy with it. And then once I have a bit more modelling and stuff done, then it's Twitch integration. So I've actually implemented this face in a rather interesting way. And I will just show you how I have implemented it. Because it's a fairly simple way, but it is a way that will allow me to do one feature, which will be to allow people to change the theme of my face. So, if you follow me over here, back to the screen, I may need to make myself go a bit faster as well. I may need a speed upgrade. But I will show you what my face actually looks like when it is not manipulated through the many wonderful features of Unity. And it looks like this. So this is my face. And it's just a texture on a grid, and all I really do is, for the screen, I pull the background colour from the texture. For the mouth, I have two shapes for the mouth, and I just basically, depends on the expression, I change the Y offset. For the mouth, I shift the X offset, and same for the blinking. So this lets me have stuff here. I also have a separate texture for glasses. I've got regular glasses, angry glasses, and confused glasses and worried glasses. I could probably do another one for happy, but the idea is that I'll have one of these effectively like a sprite sheet for all the expressions. And then if I want to swap it out, all the code will stay the same. I just basically swap out what the actual texture, like the base texture is. So I create another one of these for each theme. So all the offsets and everything is the same. It is just, it looks different. So that should be, it should make it a lot more interesting to do. It's been a lot of fun playing around with all the texture stuff, because I've also got, I mean, technically an LCD shouldn't have scan lines, but it's my world, I'll do what I want. So I have the scan lines slowly animating, which is fairly simple, but it's just fun playing around with these things and getting just little bits done. So I saw that your 3D streaming setup, like streaming 3D games, managed to get mostly fixed yesterday. So it's good to see that. How are you enjoying what is it? Hardship Space Breaker? I can never remember the name of it. It's a fun game, but how are you enjoying it, Willem? Yeah, the relaxed difficulty modes are a lot more enjoyable on that. It's a sort of game that, when it's on the relaxed difficulty mode, you just get into it and you just sort of start planning things out bit by bit, and it's a very relaxing and therapeutic game when you don't have to constantly worry about the oxygen and everything like that. So, but you've sort of fixed it. Controller stuff fixed at least. That's good to hear. I mean, this is one thing that I have that is fairly good, which is that I'm not actually playing games with this overlay. In theory, I could, but yeah. Yeah, when I watched it yesterday and you were testing, it looked very smooth for me. Like, definitely above 30 frames a second. So I don't know if it's just a case of you're used to it being higher than 60 or something, but yeah, it looked, at the very least, it looked perfectly playable and perfectly watchable. But yeah, it looked fine when it was streaming live when I saw it, so... Though I'm noticing already that I'd actually slowed this down to... slowed my stream down to 30 frames a second, because initially, when you're just doing coding and you've just got a static little robot in the corner, you don't need much more than that. But now I'm realizing that as my overlay runs at 60 and above, I probably want to up that at some point, especially now that I have the processing power to actually handle that, so I may play around that. I've also considered whether I want to also record at 1440p for when I put the VODs up on YouTube, but that would require a bit more work because then I'd have to redo the entire overlay and mess around with how I'm actually doing the overlay, because yeah, there's some weird stuff. I had fun trying to get the microphone working this morning because of Apple's restrictions on using the microphone on the Mac. Right, so we want to add a main, what's that called it? Playing. Yes, I'm doing this all on the Mac, which makes things a lot more interesting because, for example, OBS is not native. At least not on my new Mac, so I have a Mac that, for example, can compile code twice as fast as my old one. And yet OBS uses the same amount of CPU. In terms of graphics, it can render like Blender stuff 3 times as fast as my old one, but it's not really that fast. Now the good news is OBS 28, I believe, they're bringing out a native ARM version for the Mac, so that should make it a lot more efficient in terms of CPU. GPU isn't too bad because I believe it's already using the hardware encoders natively. But the other key thing, and this is going to be very useful, is they are going to start using a new API Apple released for screen capture, which is meant to be significantly better. In fact, the demo of it is pretty nice. OBS GitHub. Let's see if I can find. Is it please? Oh wow. So Apple is actually contributing to to OBS at the moment. So this was announced 11 days ago that I missed. Add support for constant bitrate. Streaming on macOS to common providers requires a software encoder. So maybe it isn't actually encoding on the GPU. It should be. But a tenth of the power usage spent encoding compared to the existing software encoding. Using H.264 600 kilobits. So a tenth of the power. Considering how warm it is, a tenth of the power will be quite nice for encoding. You're also adding support for audio capture, because audio capture on the Mac is a pain. My audio, so I don't know what it's like on Windows, but my audio setup to get the music that you're hearing playing is the music app is playing the music. I have an app that basically allows me to select where that goes, which I believe is something that is built into Windows, but you need an app for that on the Mac. So that forwards it to another app, and that app is sort of a virtual output, which forwards it to a virtual input, and then I capture that virtual input as a microphone in OBS. So it's very much a Rube Goldberg machine to get music playing. And I believe this is meant to fix that, but then this improved window capture support. Now I'm not sure. That does seem to be showing up the difference. I mean, if I zoom this in a bit. So this is Baldur's Gate, and you can see it's way smoother, and it is using, like for OBS, it was using like 81% CPU, and then it's using 27. Shadow the Tomb Raider. I mean, what I've got. It's basically like using half the CPU that it had to use before. We can see on 25, half the CPU while also being much smoother. So it's, I'm looking forward to that, and it will also support some things that OBS have recently added in terms of like being able to hide the cursor or hide like OBS from screen capture, so you don't get the infinite mirrors effect and stuff. So it should bring all that stuff to the Mac and make it far more efficient and make it faster. So yeah, hopefully if all this gets in, OBS 28 is going to be very, very good on the Mac, because Apple have suddenly decided, you know what, people use this, let's contribute to it. And I think they're also contributing to Blender, because they've added their native rendering support to Blender, and they've also released a bunch of open source, well, not fully open source, but a bunch of plugins for Unity, so that you can hook into Apple's frameworks in Unity much easier. So it's like Apple is getting back to, they go through these waves where they do a lot of stuff with open source and then they forget about it, but I think it's they're starting to work a lot more. So Siphon. Siphon framework. Allows applications to share video and still images with one another in real time. Some framework thing. Possibly. I mean, it does Quartz Composite, it does Unity. project is not maintained, consider as practice. Could be something worth looking into. I mean, this is certainly something better. If it needs 12.1 up-to-date Unity and Metal, that is going to be a lot more efficient. Yeah, that is... Let's star that. So I might play around with that, because one thing I'm actually considering doing is, like, the green screen works incredibly well until you start moving. So I have at the moment, this is just locked in here, so I can just move around. It's only when I zoom out that you lose the illusion. So one thing I thought of a simple way is just, when I zoom out, have the screen change to a static texture rather than the green screen texture, which basically stops it chroma keying, and will actually yeah, it stops it chroma keying and should just make it transition better. But I mean, if there is stuff that I could use to do the texture stuff, because the transition you have with the texture is just so, it looks so much better, and I'm sure that's why you did it. It just looks so good. It is just like chroma keying is oh well, that is chroma keyed out there, but it is just so much simpler to do, because it's literally, okay, here's a bright green texture, set the shader to unlit, and then add a chroma key filter in OBS, and it just makes it so much simpler to do. So yeah, it's one of those things of, I'll probably look into it at some point and see if I can get it working, because it, like I say, your setup just looks so much better. But as with all things, it's sort of like, it works well enough for now. There are other things that I need to do. For example, I need some Twitch integration. I need stuff for people to do so that it's a bit more interesting. Because just sitting here watching me code and babble on about this, that and the other is not as interesting as throwing stuff through. It could definitely be worth doing a chroma key mode, because it shouldn't be too difficult to do. I mean, it's a question of how easily you can turn on and off the capture. You could potentially have it when you go into the full screen part of it, you swap the texture out for a chroma key texture, and it actually like for a green texture, a blue texture, whatever type of screen you want. Yeah, something like that would definitely work, because I mean, all it is swapping one material out for another in Unity. It's just if you can turn off the texture capturing, because that's the thing that's taking up the speed. But yeah, it is the one benefit of chroma keying, is captures a lot faster. Though you may notice that, for example, this is appearing over my overlay. And the reason for that is I need to do a screen capture. You may think, why do a screen capture? Why not do a window capture? Well, the fun thing is, the window capture is delayed by a few seconds. And it's been funny trying to like when I first worked this out, because I was moving around and it's like I was looking at the playback in Unity and it was going. When I moved the controller, my little robot moved. And then I started looking at OBS to follow it, and it's like, why is there a delay on the controller? And I realised that for some reason the window capture starts lagging behind. But a display capture that is cropped to the window does not. So I have no idea what goes on with that stuff. Yeah, it's a workaround. I just need to make sure things happen. And like I say, in OBS 28, it's all switching to new stuff anyway, so it should, in theory, be a lot better. But it's just waiting until that actually comes around. Okay, well, hope you get some decent sleep, and thanks for dropping in. The encouragement is much appreciated. I mean, I'm hoping Doig will get the Discord set up at some point, because it would be nice to get into that Discord and discuss things like this with you and with I think Awu is working on stuff as well, and anyone else who actually wants to work on this stuff. It would be fun to actually start talking and discussing and sharing tips and tricks off stream for this sort of thing, because it's a lot of fun and it's certainly makes streaming a lot more interesting. So yeah, thanks for dropping in, and hope you have a good sleep and a good weekend. Right, let's have main where toolbar item. Oh, wow, it's sent to the item. That is. Oh, fairly good. We want. Oh. Right, let's see what this does. We'll just soon crash for some. Nope. That crashes. There we go. Why have you crashed? Object and object. Oh. Okay. Right. Yeah, when I bar. Is there a way to change the height? Bar. Hi Uli, how are you doing? How are you today? Hope you're doing well. It's warm up here, but I'm assuming it's warm down there too. Yes, a fancy moving Pokebot that has a mouth that opens and closes and blinks. And not only can I move, my head can move around, I can look up, I can look down. I can... what else can I do? Oh yeah. I can look happy, worried, confused, and angry. So, yes, this is the Pokebot. I will give you one attempt to guess which two computers from a certain fruit company actually inspired this. I mean, the top one should be easy, but the bottom one is pretty much roughly the shape of the other one. All you need now is an arm. Yes, I am going to get some arms at some point. I've also realised one thing that would be quite cool is to have a laser pointer effect on my monitor so I can point at stuff on the screen. That would be cool. Whoa, you've got... Yep, you've got them. It is inspired by the iMac G4 on top and the G4 Cube on the bottom. Two of my favourite Mac designs, neither of which I owned. But it's just a rough shape. I was going for slightly more rounded stuff to look a bit more just like a G4 iMac, but then I realised that you need a lot of polygons to make rounded stuff not look terrible. So you can cheat, and if you just make your rounded stuff really small, like the corners that I have, it looks okay because they're small. So always cheat your way in games. That's the thing that that's what I'm learning. Now what I am currently going to do... Let's see what happens here. That's probably just going to cause autolit to come. It is that. That's hey, I'm glad you like it. It is looking pretty good. There's still a lot that I want to do with this, and we may get into that in a bit, but yeah, it is being pretty good getting all this modelled and built in Unity, and yeah, it's all come together fairly well. And let's have a look at that. Oh, that is just crushing that down. So, really, I don't suppose you know, how does one change the height of NS toolbar? Because when I tell the window not to show the title, it shrinks down the height, but I want the height to be bigger, and I can't seem to find a way to change the height unless I go in and start messing with the actual view, which is probably going to break other stuff. And the size mode doesn't affect anything. Nothing in the delegate. Set content border thickness or edge. Content border does not include the title bar or toolbar. So, let's try. Ah, that's probably why. Unified, compact. Yeah, you can do small. I wonder if it is this unified compact rather than unified. I wonder if it is set to automatic. So if I go to my window, is this a property in toolbar set automatic? If I do unified, because expanded is the full one. That is what I want. That looks better. I knew there must have been a way to do it, but... Right. So, how tall is that? 52. So, if I go into let's just set the height of it. Right, so we have not playing. So if I go in here and not playing, you get to battle up there. And then if I go along, stay by my side, Starlight Brigade, hard cache, and we have the history there. So I can do that and it's not playing. So they get added to there. So, first things first, playback queue. First. That isn't the most but it will do for now. We can go back and fix these things later. So that is there. I need to figure out why is there, oh, because the duration is there. So what I need to do is when we get a track, I need to get which track dot source case dot not break case dot file let URL for let's do lazy var that so actually AV asset doesn't load the data into memory, does it? That's if you get the duration. So asset, soft asset, AV asset, URL. That asset, so duration, duration. 5.seconds. Okay. Let's just increase that. Why is that such a big number? If I... Oh, because it's... Right, I want peas. The heat is... I mean... It's cooling down. It's about 21 degrees at the moment. Though my office... A bit earlier, it was 26 degrees in my office, so... It is certainly not... Yeah, it could... I mean, it's not too warm outside and there's a wind blowing, so it's a lot better. And it looks like there could be rain over there, which some rain would do quite well about now, so yeah. But besides the heat, how are you doing this Friday? I think some places down south may be heading for that sort of temperature early. I mean, it's meant to be 34 degrees some places down south today in the UK, but for me, it currently says tomorrow will be 15 degrees. So I've thankfully missed the worst of the heat. So it's not that much hotter today than it was yesterday. I think it's just a bit more humid, so that almost makes it worse. No good. Fighting with the systems team at work to get some of our software unblocked. Hey. Is that some of the software you produce, or some of the software that you need that they have blocked? Right, so we have that. What was I going to be looking for? I was looking for the text. Components format. That is. Components format. Stick that on there. Positional. It's seconds. 0 format behavior. Bleeding. Then, hopefully, I should be able to. Which level is it? That one. Copy that. There. There we go. Work for the NHS. That's some software we build, but our super intrusive antivirus keeps complaining about it. Yeah, I can see how that is. Can see how that is annoying. It's I don't doubt that trying to build software for the NHS is a difficult job, considering how many different systems there seem to be that need to talk to one another. It's not going to be an easy job, but it's a job that needs doing. Still not. Can't get. Oh, wait to get away from for Windows environments. Well, if you ever need any tips on Swift, then just let me know. I'm happy to help out. Let's have a look. So oddly, that is formatter is not actually allow fractional units. So why is the formatter not formatting? That should be, I think it a formatter, even though it's doing bindings, it's going through the formatter. Let's have a look. See. Then, saturation level dot formatter. Okay, and dot as the components formatter. Oh, it's going to be no NS, is there? Dot section. Let's see what that comes. False. Okay. Oh. It needs to be components. Okay, we can fix that. Current playing view model is going to be the component second 0. Position 0, and then same there, and then here int of playback item dot time. Get duration as well. It does look like it's going to rain. Which would not be ideal. Well, it would be nice, but yeah. So we will see. All I care about is it's meant to get a lot cooler. So now I did discover something, which is apparently, according to Apple, OBS has not actually been using hardware encoding, because apparently they've added some stuff that they've put a new PR up for OBS that will actually on macOS 13 use some new APIs to do hardware like proper hardware encoding, which is meant to use 1/10 of the power, which is quite nice. Probably a bit nice for people on laptops, but still nice for me because that means that it's going to be a bit less toasty when actually encoding and doing OBS. Right, so we set our data components there, so this should... There we go. Right. So, we have our tracks. We have stuff showing up. We have our queue. Oh, don't worry, really. I won't curse it because the thing is, in winter, this is not going to be too hard to keep warm. It doesn't need too much. And if I do need to keep warm, I've still got my Intel iMac, so I can just stick that on and open Slack or a few Chrome tabs and heat up that way. So unless it's ridiculously cold outside, I usually have the windows open most of the time. Even in winter. Right. Book item. Item. So we may not actually need that. But what we need to do is start observing the current item on the queue. And when we do that, we can... And we can observe that, and when it changes, we can get the asset and play it. Outside of London, where would you say the best area is in the UK for iOS jobs? I wouldn't... Not sure off the top of my head. I would say Manchester and Leeds are fairly good places to look. Because I think there are a fair few jobs in Manchester. There is like an iOS community in Manchester. Leeds is the same. I think Leeds is where like Sky's mobile team, who do all their like mobile, like iOS and Android apps, they're based in Leeds, I believe. So I think, yeah, I think it Manchester and Leeds, and I think Edinburgh has a fairly good thing. But I mean, the good thing about Manchester is there's lots of places around. Like it's all fairly built up, and there's lots of smaller towns and villages around, so there can be a bit of a commute, but Aqua spot? Microspot seem to be based in Kent. Oh, you'll definitely have far more luck further north. Even around Manchester stuff. I mean, I have my own house. My sister and the fiance have their own house. My brother has bought a flat in Manchester, and we're on like decent pay, but not like ridiculous for a tech worker, and not ridiculous like not incredibly ridiculous. Now it's still not cheap, but I mean I'm very, very lucky in that the town I live in and grew up in is like the cheapest place in the UK to rent, and the next town over is the cheapest place in the UK to buy. I think this was probably about like 5-10 years ago. There was a thing in the newspaper of 10 cheapest streets in the country to buy a house on, and 14 of them were in the northwest, and 13 of them were in like the next town over from me. So you can definitely, if you wanted to buy a house, it's definitely better up north if you can get up here and get a job up here. So it says it lets you get on the property ladder, because I mean you can buy a 2-bedroom terraced house, so like an old, call them 2 up 2 down, where when they were built for all the mill workers, you had 2 rooms downstairs, 2 rooms upstairs, and they've obviously expanded that. Some of them have attic rooms. They've usually all got their indoor toilets now, which they didn't have when they were built. But one of those in my town, you can get well, put it this way, I sold mine, which also had an attic room, for around I think it was around £90,000. But legally it couldn't be classed as a 3-bedroom house, but pretty much anyone could have used it as a 3-bedroom house. So you can get a fairly decent small house for 5 figures up north, depending on where you look. When you get into Manchester it gets a bit more expensive, but it's still cheaper than down south. Alright, I think pretty much everyone is sick of renting. I don't think many people enjoy it. It's just as you say, if you're down south, then you don't really have much choice, because you can't buy unless you have a lot of money. Like a full house up north can cost the same as a deposit on a much, much smaller house down south. That's how ridiculous it is. It's just a case of finding the work. If you can find remote work, that's the best thing. That's where I've been very lucky. But if you can find work like Manchester, Leeds, prices are going up, but that's because the prices were much cheaper than down south, and people are starting to move all around, so. Well, yeah, if you're looking for jobs further north, I definitely think Manchester, Leeds, that sort of area. That's where I know quite a few people from the north come from, in terms of like jobs in like offices and stuff like that. And like I say, I think Edinburgh has a decent-ish tech scene, but yeah, Manchester, Leeds is probably your best bet, somewhere around there. So. And the only other place that like springs to mind as a tech scene outside of London is Brighton. But I mean, Brighton isn't. Brighton is like, in terms of the cost of living, and everything, it's as good as London in a lot of ways. Yeah, Bristol is another one. I mean, yeah, just having a quick look online, and like you can get like 2-bedroom flats in the Greater Manchester region. There's 130. 4-bedroom house for 4-bedroom detached house, 350 grand, which like is compared to down south is ridiculously cheap. Still a lot of money, but it's definitely far more attainable. Right, so we have that now. So what we want to start observe is right, rather than the control doing this, let's create a new class. Call this playback.player. Playback class. We'll probably want this to be a lazy bar. Playback. Back. Not player. You. Okay, One Piece, hope you enjoy the rest of your day too, and hopefully cools down a bit for you down there. It was good chatting with you as well. Hopefully you can drop by again, and like I say, if you ever have any Swift questions, feel free to drop by and just ask them in chat, and I'm happy to answer them. Arc. And what we want is our subscribers are cute for an don't want actually, yeah, we don't want to observe that. We want to observe that in Crawler. The reason is when we get to cross trading, that item. When we get to cross trading, this needs to hold the previous item and cross trade between them. So we're going to have our subscribers up here, and this is going to be to current. Observe it, because right, self.player, play item. Matter. It's not good. Alright. So we're going to have let player. Let's do have it. Bit lazy. Right. So let's just pause this. Go here. Direct stream M28 no. Okay. So you can hear that playing. Now let's see what happens when I hit the next button. Nothing's playing. Okay. But so that goes there. And what if I remove that from the queue and then hit next? We've got music playing. Now, none of this stuff works, but we have music playing. So that means that next time we pick up Streamline, what we're going to do is get previous working, the play pause button working, get this showing some time, get it showing stuff there, and yeah, basically get the full experience for playback implemented. So I am going to take a short break, and when we come back we're going to go and have some fun in Unity and Blender and work on the stream overlay. So let's switch back to here. So let's stop that and start this back up again. And I'll leave you to listen to the rest of Starlight Brigade by Twerp. But yeah, I will be back in a few minutes. I'm going to get a fresh drink. I need to sort a few bits out around the house very quickly. And yes, we'll play around with the overlay and get some things working. So, see you all in a few minutes. Okay, I am back. So, let's get rid of this and let's open up this. We can check off Streamline Playback. What we need to do, what needs to get done. Well, I want to get rearrange the bridge just a little bit to rearrange the camera. In fact, I should have. Yeah, so this I can that's done. Mic input I can that done. So we're going to rearrange the bridge, add starting soon to color table, and then add. I probably don't want to add the Starfield outside just yet. Because what we want to do is add some additional models. So probably permanent faces and then model and texture rooms. Model texture and light room. Because when we get the Starfield outside, we're probably going to lose our external light, so we need internal light to make sure everything is visible to everyone. So so we want to rearrange the bridge. So what we're going to do is go into our project, open deck. We're going to open up ship interior. Right, so we bring this across. Let's say at the moment the camera is in this corner here. Oh, I have just realised that is hiding things. So the camera is in this corner here, looking out over the bridge. What I want to do is shift the camera over here to where the door is and shift the door over to here. So shifting the door is not going to be too difficult. So I want to like that and that. Like that. And we're just going to move along the x-axis. Let's move to there. then we have door and trim, which are going to be long. And wireframe. That way. There. Okay. Part of me is really thinking I could do with a second stream deck just for some common actions, because when I'm using all these I've got like a blender set up and it's taking a while to get back to various other bits and pieces, but okay. So if we save this and we go back to A, that would load in and has shifted it along. So what we can now do is our bridge camera go there, and if we play, okay, so we can now see in that corner. See the door there. I think this looks better. What do you think, chat? I think it shows off the bridge more, lets us do more stuff. And crucially, I'll be able to have it switch to one that focuses on holotable. And one thing I've thought of is when I'm over here having an alternate. So let's add an alternate camera. So we're gonna have the bridge camera. We duplicate that, and we're gonna have that camera. This is actually going to and target is actually yeah, that is a good point. I could have it showing some demo movies. Okay, and then got camera direct. Slider, bridge, and then the alternate camera. Bridge alternate. So if I run this, that is a fair point. Stop running. Where have I gone on the bridge overlay? Let's Overlay. Alright, let's go back in here. There we go. Let's see how this. So, if I start this running. So I'm here, but then we have a camera. So I can shift along here. And switch camera to here when I can like work on bits of here and you'll be able to see. Go back, and what we may be able to do closer. Pause. Now, so there's a way. See if I can find. Is static. Actual camera. So you've got all. Volume setting. Tension. Okay, so if I go on here, volume setting. Aha, here we are. chromatic aberration. Let's there we go. That is how we get chromatic aberration. Stick that up and the FOV up. And then it would come back to this and this. The thing I do want to fix is the eye on the Pokeball. One of my materials is gently glasses. Radiant Alpha. B. Curious. Well. But yeah, so we've got that, and I can switch back to here. So we've got the bridge rearranged, and I think that looks pretty good. I catch them both there. I'll have to work that out. Anyway, I want to get the hollow table working with a... well, we want to get it working with our UI, our starting stream. And what I was thinking for the starting stream is it's just going to be our rotating bug. And then we will have, yeah, we'll have our rotating bug, and we will have just starting script soon appear on it. And we'll probably want a camera that is focused on it. So let's duplicate that. And we'll have follow table open. Enable that. Back. Okay, man. If game down there so you can see what it looks like from the position of the camera. Focus. No rotation. Probably. Because if I hide sidebar, that is probably about what we want. We could probably reduce of the bit. That works because we reduce the FOV up just a bit. It's going from 60. Let's set it to 30. Disable that. That looks not too bad. Okay. So for the camera director, what we're probably going to want is the director. Right, so what I'm going to do is starting camera. And we're going to have all go starting soon. And what we want also, save that, we want to go into player input. And go follow table. board. Cat. Pick up the Unity. OS. So what we actually add value to modifier. Right. So if I save, that is going to update that, and I should hopefully be able to do this. Dot player input dot character controls dot hello table dot started plus equals on toggle hello. And then down here we can do void on toggle hello table import at dot callback context And I'm going to do this dot so starting soon equals not dot should starting. Oh wait, actually change that. So hello. Update camera. If this dot go hollow table, new camera dot hollow table. I'll save. Right. So what oh, sorry. Let's shift that over to. So all I've really done is update the hollow table, add a hollow table camera in, add stuff on here for a set of shortcuts, which I will show you. So with two modifier, Control, Right Shift, F1. That may seem like a weird set of hotkeys, but it's something that's going to be bound on my Stream Decks. So if I turn that off, focus cam. Right, so camera director, hollow table cam is focus cam. So if I play, right, let's move this back over here just for now. Control Shift F1. So analysis. Input debugger. Keyboard. Okay. So Control Shift. Alright, so lock it in. I know why they're not coming. Because I have them remapped. Okay. Let's try this. Let's just try configuring the Steam Deck then. Configure Stream Deck. Set a hotkey. And it's going to be Control. Okay. So. Right. So now let's. Well, it's working, it's just got the wrong camera. So if I switch that, it was bridge screen focus. Focus camera. bridge. What can I think? Oh, is it because I added it in play mode? Got the bridge alternate camera there. In camera. It's not in. Yeah, it probably is. So let's duplicate that back to there. We add it. Hi, so trick. Streamline now plays music. So we're not actually listening through it now because I want it will need to be like shuffling and stuff, and when the track finishes, go to the next one. But it does actually play music. Hello, table camera. So yeah, Streamline's gone well, and we are currently playing around with the stream. Right. So we go to the camera director, and we want hello table camera, and then I start again. So I can controller fix in on connect. I can move around, but then when I press a button there, camera again. Name the wrong camera then. No, I haven't. That is the bridge alternate. That is the holotable camera. And the camera director looking at the holotable camera. So that is moving around. If I press triangle, it takes me to there. If I press that, I go back. Press that. There we go. Right, what we want is up here. Custom blend. Want to add custom blend. So from the hollow table, no, from the bridge camera to the hollow table camera, be 1 second, and from focus camera to hollow table camera, probably 2 seconds. From the conference camera to the hollow table camera, that, and then we want to go the other way. From hollow table bridge 1. Actually, we probably don't need those. Israel. Okay. So that should be a bit faster if I'm moving around here and I switch it again. Go in here. So basically from anywhere on the ship it should go to there. Okay. So we have the camera. Now what we need to do is figure out what we want to appear there. Or rather, how we want it to appear there. Right. Your player. Have a look at this together. So, the video player component to attach video files to game objects and play them on the game object's texture at runtime. Below shows a video player component attached to a spherical game object. So it is entirely possible that what we could do is have a video, because what I'm imagining is you would have the hollow table and above it you would have something appearing at the above and something below. Now the above would be some sort of image or video, and below would be text. I suppose I could just have it be an image and have the image rotate. Like just have it be a flat image and the image will just rotate around. Because the sort of things I want there is starting soon, be right back. If there are raids, I would want like someone raids and the ship basically goes to red alert and it comes back, goes fierce. So I think what I need to do is spend some time thinking exactly what we want. I mean, videos will be useful. Images would be useful because it would be useful to have the text appear and not actually rotate, but have what is above rotate. So maybe, and sometimes we wouldn't want what is above to rotate, so maybe we do it as video above. I just need to step away for a sec because it looks like it's about to rain and I have washing outside that is drying and I would like it not to get wet again. So I'm going to go bring that in, and when I get back we'll have a play around with this and see what we can come up with. So I'll see you all in a few minutes. Okay, well I timed that well because it's just started spitting. Where has Pokeball gone? There I am. This is the problem, is that I can't lock myself. That would actually be quite useful for when I'm developing on the stream. The ability to lock my controls. Let's add it as a to-do. The lock controls are hot, so it doesn't. Okay. First one. Alright, what I'm gonna Yo, thank you for raiding. How are you doing today? How was your stream? Let's just do a welcome to the stream. Some weird discussions right at the end. What sort of weird discussions? Okay, tell me. Nobody here but us robots. I can prove it to you. See, it's all empty in here. Completely empty. Someone started talking about putting a script into images for doing bad stuff. Isn't that how they need to remember? Didn't they have an exploit for that on the Mac and iOS, where they essentially had a corrupt image that would just open in like mail or something and then give you root access to the system? How's my W week? It was decidedly not spending too much time focusing on Dub. I managed to watch through the What's New videos, most of them, like What's New in Swift and Xcode, and I think I did AppKit and UIKit. I've got through What else have I got through? Stuff on notarization. I think there are a few more. I mean, I've made myself. So I have a to-do list of videos. Every dub I go through, and that is. I always go through and basically write up all of the ones that I'm interested in and then what priority they are. For example, what's new text kit, that's useful for Coppice. The parallelization Let's Go builds is going to be very useful for my contract work because that compiles incredibly slowly. And then it's just like getting onto, like, you get onto the high stuff, so it's like Swift UI, which is sort of interesting but not as important, or desktop class, iPad apps, or the algorithms, or Swift regex, and so on. So it's sort of going through, working through all the things that I'm sort of interested in, and like occasionally I do stuff like look at some lower ones as well. Are you there? Some of the 21 sessions you watched last week? A tweet for each, maybe that would be interesting. Yeah, sure. Post a link in chat. I'll take a look. So, for everyone else who came along with GHUT, I am a Mac developer most of the time. I work on an app called Coppice, which is sort of a cross between a note-taking app, a wiki, and a mind map. You can basically add all your thoughts and ideas in, link them together, or have the app link them for you, and it will. You can lay them out on the canvas so you can visually see how they all connect together. And I've recently finished up a version that added things such as being able to draw hotspots on images and link them, and have the machine learning APIs that Apple provides search for text in the images so it can also automatically link them. I'm also starting work on an app called Streamline, which is, the simplest way I could describe it is soundboards but for playlists, which is going to be great for streaming, but it could be great for like if you're running like RPGs, or if you are in some sort of event where you want to switch between different playlists that maybe have different moods and stuff. So that is what I am working on, at least that's what I was working on earlier, and right now we're working on, well, this overlay, which is all built in Unity, modeled in Blender, and is basically what my stream is and how I present. So if we go back over here, let's I've just realized I was showing you something on my screen and my screen is not visible because it needs to be here. So if I go and show you here, so I can actually zoom in some more. And on the outline document that I do every dub where I basically go through all of my all of the sessions and write down the ones that would be interesting and actually work through. You got to go. Well, thanks for streaming. Let's open. Yeah, I'll take a read of this after the stream. But thanks for raiding, and hope you also have a nice weekend too. Just for everyone else, this is Coppice. If you're interested, it is free to download for the Mac, and there is a sort of paid version that adds some additional features. But yes, we have been working on some stuff in Unity, and we're actually working on now figuring out a starting soon screen and a like be right back. And what we have here in the middle is what is a hollow table, so stuff is going to like appear above that. So what I was just about to do is I was looking through Add text. This appears to be the first time you're using Texas Pro, so you need to add resources to the project that are essential. Project. Okay. So that has been sorted. And then we have our text. Okay. That is what? Extra atlas for thing? Actually work. Scale it. Oh, if we oh. Casting like it. We used this before. I don't think this work. Bring volume. Let's delete this. Get rid of this and stick those here. So we've got a UI. person if you see. So Unity does UI toolkit to become the recommended UI system. UI development projects with some of features. These other systems are more appropriate for certain use cases. Wire. Yeah, I think what I will do. Let's just do this in Photoshop. Create a new Photoshop document. 1,000 by soon. So for the canvas size, and we're going to fit go. That's okay. That do. And what we're going to do is save this. This the overlay, you overlay. Let's check, find out. And what this will let us is okay, and this will be starting. Right. So let's go up a plane, and what would is starting on plane. Rotate plane. And then for the scale, one, if it's 1, that should be 1.15. Oh, sorry, not 0.15. This. That way. Okay. So, if I lift the game view down, you can see that we have our starting soon appearing there. Now, what we want also is an image of our bug. Right, next is... And then we want another plane. Oh, now we're going to drag the up and parent, and we are going to take 90. It's B. Space. Oh. And for this, that is so we can tell this. Okay, so let's both those create empty parent, and that will be able to rotate along my axis. Okay. So we also need to specular highlight, environment reflection, specular, specular map, so specular off. Also, we do want specular highlights. That bit. Okay. Oh, that's So, we'll call this hello. And we'll add script is hello rotate. Hello rotate. Hello. Script. And color controller. And all we're going to do is going to be a public will rotate false, and if this start rotate through, then public public float rotation speed. Rotate around the Y. Dot transform dot rotate. This dot rotation dot delta time. Right, so what we should be able to do is play and see here if I just rotate. Okay. Oh yes, because it's not. It's how much a second. So we want. So one thing we need to do is our hollow table camera. Finder. Dodge, opening Photoshop. that one's 60 on. Going to the material. Hey. I need to figure out why that is. On toggle hollow table. This show hollow table is not show hollow table. Toggle. So, we got log. Toggle hollow. Oh, that is why that needs to be turned off. I turn that off. So the problem there was that the camera over there was enabled, and that was causing it to. Oh, so we need to. And maybe what we could do is, as it's rotating around, have it want to have it sort of glitch slightly. So it doesn't, however, scanline effect could here goes. We've got our scan lines there. What if we stuck that's Okay, so let's add another plane. And add a line. And then online anime there. Point. And then we'll just rotate it by okay. Off on that. Is that where it's coming? Yeah, so it doesn't work quite how I'd thought it does. If we were to make it so that it sort of appears with like something around, but if I play this, you can see the scan lines are moving down. So what we probably need is some sort of border or something on it. So I'll probably leave that off for now. I'll get rid of that, but having some sort of have some sort of like border around it, so it's like the hologram has like a glowing border around the stuff. I mean, some sort of glitchy effects could work, but yeah. Oh, I've just noticed the time, it's 6 PM. So what we're going to do, because I need to go grab some food, is we're going to call it there, but we are going to go and visit some people who are pretty great. And these people are Dog Swift. Now, if you've never been to Dog Swift before, I know some of you have and are there every day. Dog Swift are wonderful. Dog Swift are fantastic animators, artists, and also kind of inspired all of this. Like, this would not have been possible without them. Their setup is way better than mine, though unfortunately you may not be able to see it quite as well because they are currently playing a game. But we're going to raid them because they're not usually on at this time, and it's going to be fun to go raid them. And let's set that up. Where has Twitch gone? So they are currently playing Adventure, so we will get that set up. And I want to thank you all for coming. I know it has been a fairly warm day for a lot of people, but it has been a lot of fun. We've got music playing in Streamline. We've managed to get the start of a starting soon screen showing up. I may be streaming over the weekend, I'm not sure yet, but I won't be streaming next week. Possibly Friday night, but Monday and Wednesday streams are definitely not on, and Friday's daytime stream is most likely not on. But we'll see about Friday night next week. But until then, I hope you all have a wonderful weekend and a wonderful week. And thank you all for coming. Thank you Snowtwig and G-Hut for raiding. And as always, happy coding.